Good morning. Oh, oh, we've gone back. Okay. How's it going? Oh, what the hell was that? That was a different song that usually plays at the beginning. Hello, Victory, Silento, Night, hello. Oh, wow, they do. I should probably have. Yeah, see, that's the one that usually plays when I load this game. Man, I'll tell you what. Yesterday was a nightmare. I've been trying to get mods working for this game for like the last 2 days. And yesterday I thought I got it working, but apparently not. Wow, they do not just want to let you sit at the main menu for a bit, do they? Stop it. I just want to sit at the main menu and have a chat. Game. Alright, you just gonna let me sit at the config menu? Thank you. Well, the thing is, I also don't know if my controllable party members mod works. But this is going to be interesting. So yeah, there were a couple of mods I wanted to use. And I tried using them exactly the same way that I did the Persona 4 Golden mods thing. And for whatever reason, it just does not want to work. Have I tried summoning enraged Battleox in attack position? Is that's the effect monster variant, right? Did I guess some mods working? No, none of my mods are working. Apparently I'm playing this game modless right now. Ray, hello. I did look it up on YouTube, yes. And it just does not want to work. I can't remember what the effect version of Enraged Battleox does. Isn't it just the piercing one? Oh no, yeah, it is the piercing one. Huh. So yeah, there was a couple of mods. I was basically going to use the community enhancement pack like I did with Persona 4 Golden. yeah, just for whatever reason, just doesn't want to work. Its secret second effect is that it's the best card to ever exist ever. I mean, that's just not true. In a game and a world where Change of Heart exists, Enraged Battleox cannot be the best card to ever exist ever. Anyway, I'm over it. So, you may begin the story of Persona 3 from here with new features. If you're playing Persona 3 for the first time, we recommend that you start with this mode. Yeah, why wouldn't I? Those who have already played the game can enjoy the new features that have been added. Do you want to know what was added? Do I want to know what was added? Do you want to know what was added? Okay. Several popular personas have been added, as well as a special social link. Okay, good. Interaction with other persona users as well as the social links has been enriched. Okay. Combat has also been enhanced with an optional hard difficulty mode for an extra challenge. Okay. As well as new weapon fusion, allowing you to create new weapons by fusing personas. Oh, that's interesting. You can create weapons from personas. That's kind of cool. There are also many new requests that can be undertaken at the Velvet Room. Okay. Beyond these, there are other enhancements for experienced players to enjoy. Okay, very vague. I like it. Continue the game. I mean, yes. If you have save data from Persona 3, some things from that save can be transferred over. The things that transfer are registered personas in the compendium, known fusion spell combinations. Okay. Academics, charm, and courage rankings. Wait, there's only 3 stats to level? Interesting. Items gained from social links that have reached max. Transfer your data. No, because I have no data to transfer. Yes. Select the difficulty level. Normal, easy, or hard. I don't think this particularly matters. I'm not looking for like... I don't think I'm going to be playing this game on hard. I'm not looking for like super challenge mode stuff just because, you know, I just want to experience the game. I think we'll try normal. This setting is intended for experienced gamers. You'll be able to enjoy the normal challenge of battle, which requires a certain degree of strategy. Once you've begun, this setting cannot be changed without restarting the game. Wait, hang on. What does it say about the others? This setting is intended for less experienced gamers. Battles will be less challenging than normal. You will have the option to continue up to 10 times after your character has become unconscious. Interesting. Alright, what does it say about hard? Setting is intended for highly advanced gamers. Battles will be more challenging than normal. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's just go normal. Alright, continue. Yeah, none of this is based on real people. Pure coincidence. Kind of ways to deliver us all equally to the same end. You who wish to safeguard the future, however limited it may be, maybe you will be given 1 year. Go forth without falter, with your heart as your guide. Oh my god, that's a not great sounding cutscene. Oh god. Oh. Oh, that does not sound good. Why is there so much clipping? Wait, how old is this game? At least 2 years old. That's probably true. But where? Iwa Todai? Huh? The PS2 came out 21 years ago? Damn.
You're late. I've been waiting a long time for you.
Thanks, kid.
Now, if you want to proceed, please sign your name there. It's a contract. Don't worry. All it says is that you'll accept full responsibility for your actions. You know, the usual stuff.
Yes, the usual stuff. Alright. Now, the question is... does the protagonist have a name? Okay, so the protagonist does have a name. Oh, it's another one of these. Why do they do this? Why do they have a name in the why do they have two different names? Like, they did this with Persona 4 and Persona 5 as well. They have, like... they have a name in the manga, and then they have a name in the anime, and it's different. Why change it? Like, according to this, in the manga, the character is named Minato Arisato. But in the game, technically, and in the anime, the character's name is Makoto Yuki. Why is it different? Why is it a different name? I'm just gonna go with the name that it says first. Wait for what? Use the manga? Why? I never used the manga name for characters, I'm pretty sure. Let me have a look. I'll soon be able to tell you. Yeah, so in Persona 4, I used Yu Narukami from the animation, but in the manga, apparently he was known as Soji Seto? And something called Persona 4 Visualize was called Hayato Asakawa. I used Yu Narukami. In the manga... oh, actually, that's interesting. I think I might have used the manga name for Persona 5's protagonist. Because I think I used Akira Kurusu instead of Ren Amamiya. Yeah, I think I used the manga name for Persona 5. Wait, don't use the anime name because that's a girl's name? The solution is to decide the name using a children's card game in which if you lose, your soul gets sent to the Shadow Realm. Oh, you're right. Wait, what's the anime name? What, for this game? The anime name is Makoto Yuki. And the manga name is Minato Arisato. Which I kind of don't like because of the rhyming. Minato Tomato. Yeah, that's the one. No, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go with. Just gonna go with Makoto Yuki. Why not? Wait, which one's the girl's name? What part of it is a girl's name? Makoto. Makoto's not a girl's name. I've seen plenty of male characters named Makoto. Wait, did I get this the right way around? Is Yuki supposed to be the first name? Is this supposed to be Yuki Makoto? Is that how I'm supposed to write that in? It doesn't actually say how I'm supposed to write this. So yeah, the Persona 5 protagonist, Ren Amamiya, is the name as established by the Persona 5 anime. This has since been confirmed. It is now the official canon name of the character. Okay. Yuna Arakami is the official canon name for the Persona 4 protagonist. So, Makoto Yuki is the official name of the P3 protagonist as first established in the animated Persona 3 movie. Nato Arasato is an alternative name found in the manga. Sakuya Shiomi is another option. And that was the name given to the character in the stage play. Apparently, the only existing canon name for the female protagonist is Kotone Shiomi. Interesting. I think Makoto is the first name. Yeah, I think so too. So we do Yuki first. And then Makoto here. Like this, I guess. Alright, cool. Proceed. We're doing the all capitals thing. Nah.
No one can escape time. It delivers us all to the same end. You can't plug your ears and cover your eyes.
Magic.
And so it begins.
It's me, Yagami. Why does she have a gun?
Takeba, wait!
Oh, I recognize her from the fighting game.
I didn't think you'd arrive so late. My name
How
is
late is
Mitsuru
it?
Kirijo. I'm one of the students who live in this dorm.
Mitsuru Kirijo. Okay, Mitsuru.
Who's he?
I will remember that.
He's a transfer student. It was a last-minute decision to assign him here. He'll eventually be moved to a room in the boys' dorm.
Is it okay for him to be here?
I guess we'll see. This is Yukari Takeba. She'll be a junior this spring, just like you.
Ah,
Hey,
hey. Why do you have a gun?
huh? Well, it's sorta like a hobby.
Okay.
Well, not a hobby, but
You know how it is these days. It's for self-defense.
What?
It's not a real gun, of course. It's getting late, so you should get some rest. Your room's on the second floor at the end of the hallway. Your things should already be there.
Hobby is shooting men. Okay.
oh, I'll show you the way. Follow me.
And this place is huge.
This is it. Pretty easy to remember, huh? Since it's right at the end of the hall. Oh yeah, make sure you don't lose your key, or you'll never hear the end of it. So, any questions?
The contract for.
Huh? What contract?
Harry doesn't seem to know what you're talking about.
Can I ask you something? On your way here from the station, was everything okay?
Yeah?
I see. Never mind then. Well, I better get going.
Alright, see ya.
Um,
You've never actually finished P3. You always get a good distance in and then somehow lose your save data. Ah, I see.
I'm sure you still have other questions, but let's save them for later, okay?
You'd make a contract and become a magical girl like you.
Good night.
Damn, that's a shame.
It's Yukari. Are you awake?
I'm awake. It's a pretty nice room, to be fair.
Good morning. Did you sleep okay?
Like a baby.
Mitsuru Senpai asked me to take you to school. It's getting late, so... Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, then let's go.
The music in this game is an interesting
So
choice.
that's it. See? There it is. Welcome back.
Hello. How you doing?
Morning. Good morning.
Thanks for the 17-month resub.
Well, this is it.
Appreciate it.
We're here.
Oxy, good
Welcome
morning
to
to you too.
Gekukan High School. Hope you like it.
How you doing?
You're okay from here, right?
Did she say Gekukan?
You should go see your homeroom teacher first. The faculty office is right there to the left. And that concludes the tour. Do you have any questions before I go?
That concludes the tour. She took me through the front entrance of the school and said, tour over. See you later. Doing great. You're baking some pastries and playing FF14 while you wait. I'm assuming that you created a character on an EU server, right? You're on Lich on the Light Center. Okay. Have they actually announced whether the data center travel will let you travel between regions, or is it just going to be between data centers of the same region? Oh, it is between data centers of the same region. Okay. What am I on? I am on Midgar on the Aether data center, which is an NA one. Which I'm actually kind of happy about. Seems to have worked out pretty well for me. Especially for when I was streaming it. Seems a lot of people are on that data center, so it kind of made sense. Plus, I didn't really have much ping issues or anything. Which class are you in?
Me? I don't know. I haven't looked at the classroom assignments yet. Hey, about last night, don't tell anyone what you saw, okay?
You mean don't tell anyone that you've got a gun?
See you later.
There are many people standing in front of the bulletin board. That's not cool. What is this? What is written beneath the displays? 2 in harmony surpasses 1 in perfection. Oh, welcome. Oh, here we go. Apple strudel. German pastry with apple inside. What does it do? Filling sandwich. Perfect for lunch. A fancy leather sheath may make a girl happy. Seem interested in what we're going to say. You must be a new student. Don't have enough bread for everyone, so if you want some, come early. I don't have any customers once school's out, so I can't sell that much. What is going on with this? Alright, bulletin board. Class rosters are posted. You can't find your name. There's a small note with your name on it. Go to Yuki, class F. So that's the exit, I assume. Is this the guy that we met in Persona 4? Can I access the menu at all? No? Okay. You know what? Buy some items, shall we? I'll buy like 2 of these. I'm gonna buy like 1 of these. Oh, that's good, because that's all I could buy. Okay, never mind. It's this way. Oh, I see. So it actually wants me to go to the faculty office, not let me do anything else. Alright. Ah, faculty office. There we go. What is this? Oh, that's a phone. Is there a phone outside the faculty office?
Oh, are you the new student?
That's me.
11th grade, correct?
Yes.
Wow, you've lived in a lot of different places.
Wait, 11th grade. How old does that make me?
Let's see. In 1999, that was what, 10 years ago? Your parents...
My
I'm
parents.
sorry. I've been so busy I didn't have time to read this beforehand.
We're in the future of very high-tech, futuristic
I'm
2009.
Miss Toriumi. I teach composition. Welcome to our school.
Oriumi. Okay. I teach composition. What, like art? Music? Like composition of what?
Wow, such enthusiasm. Have you
You're
seen
a
the classroom
writer?
assignments? You're in 2F. That's my class. But first, we need to go to the auditorium. The welcoming ceremony will be starting soon. Follow me.
As you begin the new school year, I'd like each of you to remember the proverb, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well. When applied to student life, this means...
Principal continues with his speech.
Psst. Hey,
Student behind you is trying to get your attention.
you came to school with Yukari this morning, right?
Right,
I saw you two walking together.
that's true.
Hey, I have a question.
Sure,
Do you know if she has a boyfriend?
I do not.
I see. I thought you might know, but I guess not. So how well do you know her?
Literally
I hear
just
talking.
met her.
I believe it's someone in Ms. Toriumi's class.
I believe you need to mind your own business.
Be quiet. You're going to get me in trouble.
You hear lots of people talking. And
Accepted.
this class is pretty spacious compared to previous games. Somehow the classes got smaller as time went on.
How's it going?
There's no way this guy is a kid. He looks about 27. Who are you?
Me?
Yes, you.
I'm Junpei Iori. Nice to meet you.
Junpei. Right. and 11th grade. So in the 11th grade, these people are supposed to be 16. There is no way Junpei is 16.
I transferred here when I was in 8th grade.
8th grade is 13. Okay, so he's been here 3 years apparently.
I know how tough it is being the new kid. So wanted to say, hey, see what a nice guy I am? Hey, it's Yucatan. I didn't think we'd be in the same class again.
At it again, huh? I swear you'll talk to anyone if they'll listen. Did you ever think you might be bothering someone?
What?
Wow, she's kind of
But I
mean.
was just being friendly.
If you say so. Anyway, it looks like we're in the same homeroom.
It must be fate.
Fate? Yeah, right.
You're gonna look, you have things to do. Alright, Oxy.
Still, I'm
I'll see you later.
Surprised.
Have fun with your pastry making and Final Fantasy 14 playing.
Hello? Are you forgetting that I'm in this class too? By the way, I heard you two came to school together this morning. What's
You'll
up
post
with
pictures
that?
of the pastries
Come
when you're done
on,
in
give me
6
the
to 8
dirt.
hours. Alright. Sounds good.
What are you talking about? We live in the same dorm. There's nothing going on, okay? Why are people even talking about it? Now you have me worried. Hey. You didn't say anything to anyone about you know what, did you?
You mean the fact that you have a gun?
Okay, good. Seriously, don't say anything about last night, alright?
Alright, I got you.
What?
Last night?
Wait a minute! Don't get the wrong idea!
Stop making it sound like the wrong idea.
Listen! I just met him yesterday, and there's absolutely nothing between us. Jeez. I've gotta go. I've got something to take care of for the archery team. But you better not start any rumors.
Ooh, archery team.
Who cares? No one takes rumors seriously anyway. She's so paranoid. But hey, it's your first day here and people are already talking about you. Believe it or not, she's actually pretty popular. You the man. This is gonna be a fun year. I can feel it.
Why do they let you wear a hat at school, Junpei? I feel like that's not part of the dress code. You decided to go home with Junpei. Okay, teachers. Okay, so I guess this is just like a walk through the schools showing possible upcoming social links. I already know who Akihiko is due to the fighting game. So I already know who that guy is. Kind of like the music though. The music's a real, like... Music's kind of catchy. I like it. Gentle spring sunlight is warm. Okay. There's a sign-in sheet on the counter. You can save your game at the sign-in sheet.
Welcome back.
What would I do? I will save. Okay, apparently I'm formatting the memory card. Oh my god. Wait, can I talk to you? Hello? How do I get over there to talk to you? Wait, I have to talk to you from behind? You really shouldn't be outside on your own at night. It's too dangerous. Anyway, you must be tired. You should get a good night's rest. Okay. Oh, hi, what are you doing? Looking around. There's not much to see. You're probably pretty tired. Maybe you should get to go to bed early tonight. Alright. Let's have a proper explore. Shall we? Okay, this is the front desk. Hang on, let me test something. Is this gonna go weird and laggy every time I try to save the game? Yes, but luckily it's a little bit quicker. Men's restroom. Let's have a look. Ah, can't actually go into the room. Your condition has become great. Okay. A vending machine. Buy something to drink. Does it not tell me how much it's gonna cost first? $120 I guess that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't know what any of these drinks do, so... I can just go into anybody's room, apparently. Huh. Weirdly, I have this exact same TV stand. Huh. Weird. This looks more like a hospital room than a student's dorm. Okay, so I guess all of the rooms on either side of the room, either side of the hall are all the same. Oh, this is nice. Oh, what's this? Door is locked. We've got the bathroom. Oh, this is the roof, I guess. Do not open. If open, close it. Okay. Ba-da-ba-da-da-ba. Alright, guess I'll go back to my room. If you're tired, you should get some rest. Will do.
I'm going out for a bit. Didn't you see the newspaper? There's a lot going on.
I know. People who had no problems before are suddenly developing acute cases of apathy syndrome.
Apathy syndrome?
I've seen it in the news quite often lately. They say it's due to stress, but...
Also, in the picture, her hair looks red, right? And I think she was introduced as red-haired student. But her character model clearly has purple hair.
Yeah, right. It has to be them. Otherwise, it's not worth my time.
You have a one-track mind. Will you be okay on your own? The chairman will be here for the next few
This
days,
guy's pretty arrogant.
but after that, I can...
Don't worry, I'm just getting a little practice.
I feel like his voice sounds familiar.
This isn't a game, Akihiko.
Yep, Liam O'Brien. Knew it. Alright. Wednesday, the 4th of August. You overhear a conversation. You hear the rumor? Something about a bathroom? No, not that one. I mean the story about the first year student. Not only did she stop coming to school, she does nothing but sit and stare at the walls all day. Her mother tries to torture her, she only mutters to herself, "It's coming! It's coming!" How about that? You don't believe me? First bell has rung. Boop, 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 boop. Open your textbooks and we'll talk we'll take a look at the first novel by Zenzo Kasai. Why him? I'd rather teach Utsubo Kubota. He became famous as a singer, but he's also produced fine literature. I wonder why it's not in the textbook. Oh, I'll just bring Kabuto's book next time. Kubota's book, rather. Hey Junpei, were you listening? Who did I say was my favorite author? Wait, did she... I feel like she didn't actually mention that that person was her favorite author. Who does she like? Well, this is the person we're going to talk about, and this is the person that said she wanted to talk about. That's right, so you were listening to me after all. Well, you know how I like to pay attention. Man, you saved my bacon, Makoto. Yeah, classmates whispering. But I gave him the answer. You must pay attention in class. He became slightly more popular. Your charm has increased. Why are there weird spaces between the words sometimes? Is it because I'm using widescreen? Like it spaces the words out weirdly? No, because it doesn't do it on some sentences. It seems to only do it on sentences where like keywords are used, like charm, and there was a gap after that apathy syndrome thing as well. Since classes have ended for the day, you decide to go back to the dorms. Oh, is this going to be more social links? All right, is that maybe that fat kid? People outside bookworms? No, probably not. That guy running, probably. The strip mall was lively in the evening.
Oh, he's back.
I'm back.
So, this is our new guest.
Sophisticated gentleman. Huh.
Good evening.
Good evening to you
My name
too.
is Shuji Ikutsuki. I'm the chairman of the board for your school. Ikutsuki. Hard to say, isn't it?
Kind of.
That's why I don't like introducing myself. Even I get tongue-tied sometimes. Please, have a seat.
What do I call you? Mr. Chairman?
I apologize about the confusion regarding your accommodations. However, it may take a while longer before you receive the proper room assignment.
Wait, so I'm not even supposed to be in this hotel?
Is there anything you'd like to ask?
Why are you here?
To welcome you, of course. Well, to be honest, I do have other business here. Speaking of which, where's Mitsuru, Yukari?
She's upstairs.
As diligent as always, although it doesn't hurt to come down and say hello. Is there anything else?
Who else lives here?
There were only 4 students in this dorm.
But the dorm is huge.
You, Yukari here, Mitsuru, and a senior named Akihiko Sanada. I hope you all get along. Any other questions?
The other night I saw... Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have mentioned that actually.
You saw something strange. Like what? You were probably just tired. I wouldn't worry about it.
The redhead did say that you were here temporarily. Yeah. Weird. Something doesn't seem
Do you
right.
have another question?
You need a larger micro SD card for your Switch? 64 gig card isn't cutting it anymore. No, I feel like it should be fine, right? Because like Switch games shouldn't be that memory intensive.
Then I hope you have a successful school year.
I guess it's a little bit different for other people, right? Like, I have this conversation with Luck sometimes where Luck doesn't understand how I can just play the same game all the way through from beginning to end without playing any other games. Because Luck will play like 7 or 8 games at once. So I guess it's a little bit different for other people who want to have multiple games all at once. But like, I have maybe 4 games installed right now. And that's it. Like on PC, I have 4 games installed. On the PS5, I think I have like 4 games as well. Although a couple of them could probably get deleted. On my Switch, I think I have like... Oh, I think I have a 256 gig memory card though.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
So I guess it's a bit easier for me to have more games installed.
You should go to bed early.
I think I have like 7 or 8
As they
games.
say, the early bird catches the bookworm. Please forgive the pun.
The early bird catches the bookworm.
You'll get used to his lame jokes.
Oh my god, I just noticed something. I think this game isn't supposed to be as widescreen as it is. Did you see that guy just walking in place on the right hand side because he thought he was out of frame?
Working hard?
Oh, what is this now?
So, how's he doing?
He went to bed a little while ago. He's asleep now. Mr. Chairman, do you think he's...
Well, let's wait and see for now. The dark hour is approaching.
The what? Jack, hello. Have I played Persona 3 before? I have not.
Totally. There's nothing a few beers
was brought to you by Kirijo Electronics, bringing you the future. At the sound of the tone, the time will be 12 o'clock a.m.
Wait, what? Ugh. Slimed.
He's still sleeping. The dark hour occurs every day at 12 midnight. You could say it's the hidden hour.
Ooh. You only played the original, not the FES version. Apparently there's more stuff. Oh yeah, we were looking at that earlier. Apparently there's some extra personas, a new social link, weapon fusions. Stuff like that. Seems kind of cool. Did I fight the hidden boss of Lost Judgment? I did.
During this time, an ordinary person transmogrifies into a coffin and is oblivious to all that occurs.
So during the Dark Hour, a person... Oh, so those coffins were people.
Then he must be...
As you can see, he's retained his human form. He's asleep, but he's definitely experiencing the Dark Hour. The only question that remains is whether or not he has the potential.
Look at that. Look at the gap between the and potential, and then the gap between potential and the full stop. I don't know why it's like that.
Although,
I think
he
it's because
must.
of the
If he
widescreen.
didn't, they would have preyed on him by now.
Maybe.
Scary.
In any case, we should continue to monitor him for a few more days.
Yes, sir.
I feel kind of bad, though, spying on him like this.
Your computer freeze after you typed out your last message. Let's see. Here he is.
Welcome to the Velvet Room, my dear young man.
Good old Igor. Okay, so in this game,
My name
it's an
is
elevator.
Igor. I am delighted to make your acquaintance.
So in this game, it's an elevator. In 4, it's a limo or a car. And then in 5, it's a prison. That's kind of cool.
This is Elizabeth. She's a resident here, like myself.
Pleased to meet you.
That is not the voice I expected to come out of that. I don't know. I like Margaret.
This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter. It's been years since we've had a guest.
It's the document you signed at the dorm.
Only those who have signed the contract can enter this place.
Look at the space between the and contract. Why is it all the way over there? Why is my contract trying to run away, Igor?
Henceforth, you shall be welcome here in the Velvet Room. You are destined to hone your unique ability, and you will require my help to do so. I only ask one thing in return. That you abide by the contract and assume responsibility for the choices you make.
I understand.
Hold on to this.
Obtained Velvet Key.
Till we meet again.
Feels like you had a strange dream. However, it's time to go to school. What's up, man? Today's the perfect day. The sky is blue, we're young. What more could we ask for? Full of energy. Of course, dude. Listen to this. Oh, wait. I'm not supposed to say anything. Sorry, man. Huh. I would definitely press him on that. Hey, listen to this. I'm not going to tell you the thing. Mr. Ekoda, I'll be teaching you classic literature. I'll be teaching you about good old Japan. Oh, yeah. Some people say classic lit isn't relevant to everyday life, but oh, how they're wrong. The students, the other teachers, wrong, wrong, wrong. Nobody really understands classic lit. You feel tired. Close your eyes for a few minutes. Now let's stay awake. Hey, you listening to me? Wake up, children. Now open your textbooks. First on our syllabus is Issei Monogatari, the origin of Japanese literature. It's a very interesting story. You youngsters might call it Da Bomb. I can tell you people were zoning out. You stayed up and listened to the lecture. Your academics has increased. Hey. Jumbo Scorpions, hello. Is this upscaled? It is. I think I'm playing it at... let's see, native is 720. I'm playing at 4 times upscaling. So I think I'm playing it at 1440. You decided to go home with Junpei. Oh, that florist is probably one. Oh, that little kid probably is one. Station is bustling with students on their way home. How does turning it into 16:9 not fuck everything up? Well, it kind of is. It kind of is fucking everything up because there are like words weirdly spaced out. But that's it. That's the only thing that changes. Oh, also some characters who walk off screen stay in place and start walking on the spot. And I've noticed that some characters that walk on screen start at the edge of the screen and then start walking. Can I control party members? I have no idea. As far as I know, none of my mods are working. So, will I be able to control party members? Who knows?
The same as last night.
Very interesting. Even those who have the potential tend to be unstable at first. Memory loss, disorientation. But this subject is rather unique. He hasn't exhibited any of the common symptoms.
But we're
Someone asked, how is Mitsuru 19 and already a MILF? Oh, God.
I understand your concern, but it's imperative that we recruit new members. I heard he's your classmate. Wouldn't you be more comfortable working with someone from the same grade?
Yeah, I guess. But still.
Command room.
Bing.
Is that you, Akihiko?
You're not gonna believe this. This thing is huge. Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk. It's chasing me. I wanted to let you guys know. I'm almost there.
Dun dun dun.
Does that mean he's bringing that thing here?
Mr. Chairman, let's suspend our observation for now. We'll prepare for battle.
Right. Be careful.
Dun 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 dun.
Akihiko!
Uh-oh. Injured.
Senpai!
I'm all right. Get ready to be surprised. It'll be here any second.
This is no time to joke around.
It's one of them, Akihiko?
Yes, but not an ordinary one.
Annie Slam, hello. Thank you for the lurk.
What the? You've got to be kidding me!
Mr. Chairman, please head for the command room. Takiba, go upstairs and wake him up. Then escape out the back.
But what about you two?
We'll
Don't worry.
start here.
I have a gun.
You led it to us, Akihiko, so I'm afraid you'll have to fight.
Like I had a choice. What are you waiting for, Yukari? Go!
I'm going!
You are awoken by a loud noise. You hear a commotion down the hall. You decide to go take a look.
Wake up! Sorry, I'm coming in! I don't have time to explain. We have to get out of here now!
Surprised how much of this game is voiced so far.
Hurry, downstairs! We'll leave through the back door. Wait. Take this, just in case.
Kari handed you a short sword? Wait, we're not gonna question why she's just given me a sword?
Okay, let's go.
We just don't question that, apparently.
All right, we should be safe now.
Takiba, do you read me?
Yes, I hear you.
Be careful. There's more than one enemy. The one we're fighting isn't the one Akihiko saw.
What?
Bang.
Let's pull back.
All right. What are we gonna do? They're downstairs. Do we have any choice but to go further up? Whoa, whoa. What are we gonna do? Go up to the roof, I guess? Run away.
What was that? It's getting closer.
Run away!
Keep moving, hurry!
Yeah, if we go out through here...
I think we're okay for now. Huh? What?
Bow, 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 bow. Hello, Luck. Good morning. How you doing?
Those monsters. We call them shadows.
She was about to shoot herself in the head. There's no way out. Quick.
Go on.
You wait.
There. Wait.
Persona.
You said it. Said the thing.
Thou art I, and I am thou. From the sea of thy soul I come. I am Orpheus.
Ah, not this one.
As we suspected.
Ah. I honestly don't like the design of Orpheus. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, isn't that Thanatos? Wait, what? Okay. Now, Thanatos I do like the design of. Orpheus, not so much.
What on earth is that?
And now it's back to being Orpheus. So weird. Sudden swell of power has subsided. Orpheus regained its original form. You have obtained a new persona.
Is it over?
No, no, it is not. Item, tactics, persona, escape, wait, attacks. Yeah. This is the battle music? Interesting. XP. Level up. Felt a surge of energy inside. Your hit points and spirit points have increased. You're enabled to create personas up to level 2. Something inside of you has changed. Orpheus has leveled up. Your strength has increased by 1. Your magic has increased by 1. Your endurance has increased by 1. And I learned Aggie. Wait, Orpheus is a fire type? Huh. Interesting.
Are you okay? Oh, come on. Say something.
Are you alright?
I guess this must be another one of those widescreen things, because they definitely just came out of that door, and that door is definitely still closed. So I guess it's one of those things that they didn't really expect to have the characters be on screen for, because I'm pretty sure that door should be cut off in the original.
Can you hear me? Please, answer me!
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
It's so nice to see you again. You became unconscious after awakening to your power. It's nothing to worry about, though. So just relax. By the way, I see that it was Orpheus that heeded your calling. That power is called a persona. It is a manifestation of your psyche.
Persona?
It may take some time to fully comprehend. A persona is a facet of your personality that surfaces as you react to external stimuli. You can think of it as a mask that protects you as you brave many hardships. That being said, your power is still weak.
What do you mean, weak?
When you use your persona ability, you must channel your inner strength. The ability evolves as you develop your social links, your emotional ties with others. The stronger your social links, the more powerful your persona ability.
Ooh.
Please remember that. Now then, time marches on in your world. I shouldn't keep you here any longer. Next time we meet, you will come here of your own accord. Until then, farewell.
I just never go to the Velvet Room ever again. Just play the entire game hard mode, never visiting the Velvet Room. How long you've been asleep? Feel someone's presence beside you.
You're awake.
Wait, hasn't it been like... Wait, wasn't it like the 8th or 9th or something? And now it's the 17th? Oh.
How do you feel?
Been in here like a week. Where am I?
Thank goodness you finally came to. How much sleep do you need? It's been a whole week. I was so worried about you. Oh yeah, this is Tatsumi Memorial Hospital. It's just a short walk from the station. The doctor couldn't find anything wrong with you. He said you were just exhausted. But you kept sleeping and sleeping. You know how worried I was? I'm sorry I couldn't do anything. Even though I was supposed to protect you, But your power, it was amazing.
Yeah, imagine not being able to shoot yourself in the head. What were those things?
You mean the shadows? They're what we're fighting against.
So it looks like the way this game is doing it at the moment is where the important text is on the screen, it looks like the text is supposed to be there. And then they're sort of trying to fit the widescreen text around the important words of a sentence. And that's where those big gaps come from.
And the power you used, we call it persona. We'll explain everything later. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before.
What?
I wanted to tell you that I'm sort of like you.
What do you mean?
My dad died in an accident when I was little. My mom and I aren't exactly on good terms. You're all alone too, right? To be honest, I already know about your past. But it didn't seem fair, so I wanted you to know about mine.
Okay, now we're even.
Back in 99.
99, you say?
There was a big explosion in the area. Supposedly, my dad died in the blast, but nobody really knows what happened.
Isn't that when the main character's parents died as well?
He was working in a lab run by the Kirijo group. So, I'm hoping that if I stick around long enough, I'll find out something. That's why
It's
I'm
going to
going
be
to Gekukan High,
all
why I was
connected.
there when this happened to you. Of course, I panicked and wasn't much help. It was my first time fighting them too. I'm sorry. You wouldn't have to go through all this if I wasn't such a coward.
Not your fault. Cookie, hello.
But still.
How you doing?
Here I am telling you all this the minute you wake up. While I was waiting, I thought to myself, I've been hiding so many things from him. As soon as he wakes up, I'll tell him the truth. So, thanks for listening. I've been wanting
Yeah,
to
I
share
kind
that
of have
story
been
with someone
playing this
for a long
backwards.
time.
Kind of weird. Like, I started with 5, like 2.5 years ago. And then I played 4. Now I'm playing 3. Yeah, I don't know why I did it backwards.
All right, I'm gonna get going.
And the funny thing is, after this, I'm going to be going back to 5.
I'll let the others know you woke up. Take it easy, okay? Be a good patient.
You feel like trash? Oh no, what's
and don't
happened?
hesitate to call the nurse. I'm sure she'll take good care of you. Bye.
You love Persona so much, you're having a quote from the series be part of your sister's wedding. Ah, cool. You seem to be doing pretty well. Yeah, I'm alright. That's good. Hey, sorry to hit you with this first thing in the morning, but Ikutsuki-san wants to talk to you today. Come to the 4th floor of the dorm after school, okay? Don't forget. Sure. That's enough about mammoths. I don't see the big deal. They're just huge elephants. And that wraps it up for the Stone Age. Tired of lessons about stones. I'd rather talk about the Sengoku era. Japanese history's not that exciting until then. Though I'm paid to do this, so I've gotta. It's tough being an adult. Next is the Jomon period. When do the samurai get their day in the sun? I'll just ask a question at random and call it a day. Hey Junpei, what was the style of houses in the Jomon period called? Am I supposed to know about something way back then? Quick, Makoto, what the heck is he talking about? Jomon? How long ago was the Jomon period? $14,000 to 300 BC? Damn. Just jealousy getting the better of you? Oh no. Alright, well, I feel like it's either the top one or the bottom one. Let's go for mud huts. Hey, mud huts were built by digging a hole in the ground and supporting the roof. No use, I can't get interested. I want to get to the age of katanas. Everything else is so dull. That's right, and I don't get any credit. Oh well, thanks. He's really smart. He became slightly more popular. Charm has increased. Hey. Seems you'll be discussing something important at the dorms today. You decided to go home early. Alright, those guys outside the pharmacy are probably it. Oh, that dude smoking the cigar, 100%. Shopping mall is filled with people coming and going. So yeah, I guess this like introduction to the game is like a run through. And they're going to show you like some upcoming important characters or something. The one in the lounge, you were told to go to the 4th floor. Put you in a trance. Oh god, what is going on? Some of those textures. Weird. Oh, there you are. Here I am. Oh, in-game, it is my brother's birthday today. Crazy.
Ah, there you are. I'm glad that you're okay. The reason I asked you here is because I needed to talk to you.
Wait, Cookie, you have 285,000 points? Damn.
Please, have a seat.
Do I still smoke? Oh, yes.
Oh, before
absolutely.
That,
like a chimney.
I believe I mentioned him earlier, but this is Akihiko.
How you doing?
Okay, let me start off by asking you this. Would you believe me if I said that a day consists of more than 24 hours?
Excuse me?
I'm not surprised by your reaction. However, you've already experienced this truth firsthand. Do you remember the night you came here? You had to have noticed the signs. The streetlights went out, nothing was working, there were coffins everywhere. Didn't it feel like you were in a different time? That's the Dark Hour, a time period hidden between one day and the next.
Hidden?
I guess it's more like something people aren't aware of. But the Dark Hour does exist. It occurs each night at midnight. It'll happen tonight and every night to come.
Normal people don't realize it, since they're all sleeping inside their coffins. But that's not what makes the Dark Hour so interesting.
Hey, look at that, not even in last place.
You saw those creatures. We call them shadows. They only appear during the Dark Hour and attack anyone not in a coffin. It's our job to defeat them. Sounds exciting, huh?
I mean, it's not that I'm slacking, it's that I've actually set it so that I can't earn points. Because I'm in chat by default, I can just earn points. Plus, I can just give myself points whenever I want. So,
Akihiko, why are you always like that? You just got hurt the other day.
88,000.
He does his work well. Long story short, we're the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, SEAS for short.
Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad. Not gonna lie, sounds pretty dumb.
On paper, we're classified as a school club, but in reality, this group is dedicated to defeating the shadows. Mitsuru is the leader. I'm the club advisor.
It didn't work because there's an E at the end of Sky.
A shadow feeds on the mind of its prey. The victim becomes a living corpse. They're responsible for most of the incidents on the news, if not all of them.
How do you fight them?
Although rare, there are those who can function during the dark hour. Some may even awaken to a power that enables them to fight the shadows. That's Persona, the power you used the other night. The shadows can only be defeated by Persona users.
1.6 million points.
Which means it's all up to you guys.
Sky isn't first, no.
I'm glad you're
Khadija
quick
is
to understand.
first. I think Shah has like... I think last time I checked, I think Shah had like 7,000 or 8,000 more points.
Announcement!
Not that many. Not that many points more. But still.
What he's trying to say is,
Still more.
we want you to join us.
Funk Squatch, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let me have a look. Where's leaderboard? Where's the leaderboard? Okay, so Sky has 1,643,000 and Shah has 1,670,000. So he's actually increased the gap by about 27k. Nem is actually not that far behind with 1.4. Nem's about 200k behind.
We've prepared an evoker for you. We'd like you to lend us your strength.
Oh, is that what the gun's called? An evoker? Alright.
I was afraid you'd say no.
How far into the game are we? About an hour and a half.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you so
Oh, not
much.
not
I'm
that
really
far
glad.
in. We're only about what? So we started on the 7th, I think. 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're about 3 in-game days into the game.
Oh, I almost forgot. About your room assignment.
Let me guess. I've been permanently assigned to this dorm.
Why don't you just stay here, in your current room? I don't know what the holdup is, but I guess it worked out in the end.
Haha.
Hold up. Wasn't that... Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter anymore.
Pretty sure it was done on purpose. Mysterious voice rings in your head. Thou shalt have blessing, have our blessing when thou chooses to create a persona of the Fool Arcana. Okay. So we are a fool again. This is the third persona you've played. Yes. Yes, I played 3, 4, 5, 4, and now 3. You've established a new social link. Hey. You feel your inner strength growing. You recall what Igor said about the power of social links. Okay then.
Hi, how are you?
Hmm. And you are?
We've met before.
Yeah, I know.
Soon, the end will come. I remembered, so I thought I should tell you.
The end?
The end of everything. But to be honest, I don't really know what it is. Oh, looks like you've awakened to your power. And an unusual power it is. A power that takes many forms, yet is bound by none. It may prove to be your salvation, depending on where you end up.
Okay.
Do you remember when we first met? I expect you
Yes.
to honor your commitment. I'll be watching you, even if you forget about me. Okay then. See you later.
The boy has disappeared. What a weird kid. You hear something. It sounded like someone is calling your name from downstairs.
Hey, it's me. Can you come down here?
Sure.
Okay, he's here now. So, what's this all about?
There's someone I want to introduce.
Okay.
Hey, hurry up.
Hold your horses. This is freaking heavy.
That Junpei. Oh my god, it's Junpei.
Junpei? Why is he here?
It's Jumpy.
Wait, don't tell me.
This is Junpei Iori from Class 2F. He'll be staying here as of today.
What's up?
He's staying here? You've got to be kidding me.
I bumped into him the other night. He has the potential, but he just awakened to it recently. I told him about us, and he agreed to help.
You have the potential? For real?
Great.
He found me crying like a baby at the convenience store, surrounded by a bunch of coffins. I don't remember much, but man, that's embarrassing. He said that's, you know, completely normal in the beginning. Like being confused and not remembering anything. Did you guys know that?
Didn't happen to me.
Big deal. It happens to everyone else. And man, I was shocked to find out about you guys. I had no idea. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It could get kind of lonely, you know? I'll bet you're stoked too, right? Having me join?
Oh yeah, super stoked.
Huh? Yeah.
Well, enough with the introductions. I think we're about ready.
Oh, we're gonna go do something? Sweetness!
With this many people, we can start exploring that place.
You mean Tartarus?
Tartarus.
Tartarus? What's that? Sounds like toothpaste.
Lemon cake with milk cream. Ooh. Nice. Glad you're enjoying it.
We can find the reason for the dark hour there.
I hope so.
The chairman will give us the details tomorrow night, so be ready.
I don't know how I feel about the music in this game. I feel like I got slightly spoiled by how good the music is in Persona 4 and 5. You overhear a conversation. Good morning, I'm always so drowsy on Monday mornings. Yeah, me too. The only thing you can do is sleep through first period. Wait, tomorrow is when we have morning assembly. too lazy for that. I'll just pretend I didn't hear. Wow. No, I didn't say I didn't like the music. That's not what I said.
I thought I was gonna fall asleep in there.
Can I have a minute? Come to the lounge when you get back to the dorm. I have something to tell everyone.
Okay.
Oh, are we having that talk?
I'll save the details for later. See you there.
Oh, she really cuts to the chase, doesn't she?
Wow, she didn't waste any time leaving.
She's probably busy with things like student council, unlike us.
Ooh, Yucatan. Do I sense some hostility?
Well, it's not that I don't like her. She's just...
You were told to come back early today. You decided to go home early with Junpei. Okay. Got a couple more. Hey, there's that running guy again. You walked home with Junpei talking and laughing at each other's inappropriate jokes. Uh-oh. Get cancelled for that shit. Music kind of sounds like the Zanakan music at the end of FF10.
Okay, everybody's here.
I think I kind of see what you mean. Like, it doesn't follow the same beat, but it has like... It has like that weird... like synthetic sound to it. I think I know exactly what part of the Zanakan music you're talking about.
I'd like your undivided attention. For a long time, Mitsuru and Akihiko were the only Persona users we had. But that number recently jumped to 5.
Recently, as in like a week ago.
Starting tonight at 12 a.m., I'd like to commence the exploration of Tartarus.
Sorry, I asked this yesterday, but what's this Tartarus thing again?
You haven't seen it, Junpei?
It's no surprise, since it only appears during the dark hour.
The dark hour?
Yes, the dark hour.
Just like the shadows. Interesting, huh? And it's the perfect place for us to train. You can think of it as a shadow nest.
Whoa. Their nest, huh?
But, Senpai, what about your injury?
Since Akihiko hasn't fully recovered yet, he'll only come as far as the entrance.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
Well, I'm sure he won't complain, as long as you don't go too far in. Since we're dealing with shadows, Tartarus isn't something we can avoid.
So no using Akihiko just yet.
Relax, I've got your backs.
I'm not so sure about this.
What about you, Mr. Chairman?
I'll stay here. As you know, I can't summon a persona.
Wait, so he has the potential, I guess, but isn't actually able to do it.
This is it? This is the place? Why here?
Just wait a few minutes. It's almost midnight.
Why is every line of dialogue that Akihiko says so sinister sounding? Fair enough.
This is Tartarus, the labyrinth that reveals itself during the dark hour.
Labyrinth? What are you talking about? What happened to our school?
Once the dark hour passes, everything returns to normal.
This is the nest you were talking about? But why? Why'd our school turn into a giant tower?
Because it's the dark hour, son.
You don't know either?
No.
I'm sure it's complicated. Who cares anyway? It's not like it would change our minds about fighting.
Well, maybe now we'll find out. Mitsuru and I have only gone in to take a peek. This'll be our first time exploring it. Exciting, isn't it? There has to be some sort of clue in here about the dark hour.
Akihiko, I respect your enthusiasm, but you won't be accompanying us.
So, unlike Persona 4 and 5, I guess there is no, like, other world. I mean, I guess technically Tartarus is the other world, but it looks like things come through to this side instead.
I know, you don't have to remind me.
Seems like Tartarus is a little bit more like Mementos from Persona 5 rather than the palaces or whatever. What is that on the right?
Whoa. It's just as cool on the inside.
But it sure is creepy.
Why is there a bike there?
This is only the entrance. The labyrinth lies beyond the doorway at the top of the stairs.
First, we'll have you three get a feel for this place. Why don't you go have a look around?
What? By ourselves?
We're not asking you to go very far. And I'll be feeding you information from here.
So you two didn't plan on coming in the first place? That's right. We're also going to appoint a leader to make any necessary decisions.
It's me.
For real? One of us? Oh, me, pick me.
No.
You're in charge. Wait, why him? He doesn't look like a leader.
Also, that is kind of curious why they would choose me instead of Yukari. Considering she's been here longer. Maybe it's because she panicked on the roof that time.
But he has fought them before.
Seriously? That's true, but there's another reason. You two. Can you summon your persona without any difficulties like he can? Yeah, of course I can.
I think so.
These are shadows we're talking about here. Without your persona, you're screwed.
I'm aware of that.
It is pretty stylish. You see a strange door. Got like a massive radio on the back. Use the velvet key. Wait, what's the date today? Oh, 3rd of October, okay.
I've been waiting for you.
How is it the 3rd of October already? How was this year
to wield your
just
power.
absolutely blown by? I don't understand. It feels like only yesterday it was March.
The tower that you are about to venture into. How did it come to be? For what purpose does it exist? Regrettably, you are not yet capable of answering these questions. That is why you must be made aware of the nature of your power.
The nature of my power.
Your power is unique.
Your birthday is next month? Oh, that's right. Like near the beginning, right? It's a single digit. It's like the 6th, maybe? 4th. Yeah. Damn. I knew it was a single digit, I just couldn't remember which one. I was close.
It's like the number 0. It's empty, but at the same time holds infinite possibilities.
Let's have a look. Oh, we got a couple of birthdays this month as well, actually. We've got Oxy's birthday next Sunday on the 10th. We got Borks's birthday on the 16th. We got Luke's birthday on the 31st. And then yours is after that. Oh, Nem's birthday is next month as well.
You, my boy, are able to possess multiple personas and summon them as needed. And when you have defeated your enemies, you will see the faces of possibility before you. There may be times when they are difficult to grasp, but do not fear. Seize what you have earned. Your power will grow accordingly. Be sure to keep that in mind. My spare time will soon be scarce. But please, come again of your own accord. I'll tell you then about my true role, the manner in which I can best assist you. Until then, farewell.
So what are you going to be doing for your birthday, Luck? Are you going to be doing anything special for it.
Hey, are you all right?
Yeah, what's up? You look like a zombie.
I opened this door and...
Huh? What door?
Man, are you loco?
Oh, they can't see the door? Okay.
Have you been nodding off? You seem kind of out of it.
You seem kind of
Dude,
out
you're
of it.
supposed to be our leader. Get your head in the game.
Come on, let's go.
Okay. Check your own status by pressing the triangle button. Also, you can save your progress by accessing the clock to the left of the entrance. Okay, so we have the menu. Skills. We got Aggie and Bash. Items. Beverage imported from Jamaica. It still doesn't actually tell me what it does, though. Oh, I see. We've got rapier, plain shirt, engineer boots, portable player. We got the velvet key. Man, I wish I had some item descriptions. Okay, so at level 6, I'm going to learn Tarunda. How does Tarunda do again? Is there a way for me to check? No. This is the equip screen. Wait, that says rapier. I didn't have a rapier. She gave me a short sword. That's a completely different weapon. Social link. Ooh. Group that seems to fight shadows. So we got Yukari, Mitsuru, Junpei, and Akihiko. Okay. And system. Oh, here we go. Calendar. Ceremony. And then this tells me, like, moon stuff. Shower day. Ooh, exams. Okay, no quests. Fusion spells is a thing. Dictionary. Okay. And then there's the config menu. Alright, so I can't actually see anybody else's persona for some reason. You're going to ask your friends to come to your house and order lots of savory snacks and some sweets. Is savory the right word? What does savory mean? I don't actually know what savory means. Like, if somebody says savory snacks, then that usually means, like, snacks that aren't sweet. So, like, instead of ordering chocolate, you would order chips instead, right? So, crisps or chips would be considered a savory snack. I don't know what about it makes it savory. I think it's just the fact that it's not sweet. Maybe. Can you take 1 second to appreciate how shit Orpheus is? I absolutely can take a second to appreciate how shit Orpheus is. Because I actually said this when I summoned it the first time. I actually said, oh, I really don't like Orpheus's design. It's kind of growing on me a little bit. Like, this picture of Orpheus makes Orpheus look a little bit cooler than Orpheus did in the first cutscene that you see him in. But then he became this absolute badass of a persona, but then transformed back. So I was like, ah. Orpheus in the first cutscene gets ripped apart, and out of Orpheus comes Thanatos, and I'm just like, that one's much cooler. Why can't I just have that one? And then it's just like, nope, right back to Orpheus, and it's just like, ah. Because Thanatos is cool as hell looking. In fact, I would probably go so far as to say that Thanatos is probably the best persona for a main character that I've seen so far. If it even is a main character persona, because I don't actually know what's going on at the moment, but not only design, it's also his stats. They don't grow well. Oh, so it's a bit like Izanagi from Persona 4, where you just kind of get rid of him immediately because he sucks. Also, why does this music at the entrance to Tartarus sound like I'm about to watch an episode of House? Alright, I want to know what this is. Oh, I wonder if this is going to be like a teleporter to like different floors of Tartarus. Alright, what is this? Am I not touching that? I use it to transport delicate equipment necessary for gathering information. Since Yukari and Junpei have no real experience in battle, make sure you back them up. Okay. Don't worry, I won't push you too hard. You'll be just fine. Okay. This is Tartarus. Check status. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is why we see the persona. Ah, cool. So Yukari is the lovers. Wait, does it? Why doesn't it say anywhere what the name of this persona is? Oh, it does. Is that Io? Yeah, it's got to be Io, right? That's pretty cool. I kind of like the design of this. It's pretty nice. Oh, she uses a bow. That's kind of cool. And she knows Dia, so she's the healer, I guess. Imitation katana. Okay. Ooh. Cleave. Wait, this guy learns Agi as well? Wait, so this is the fire guy. Strong to fire, weak to wind. What about you? You're strong to wind and weak to electric. You're going to learn Patra. Okay, what about my persona? Weak to electric. Wait, weak to electric and... Is that darkness at the end there? Alright, let's go in. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Good luck. There's no way Orpheus only learns Tarunda at level 6 and then never learns anything else. There's no way.
So, this is it, huh?
I don't believe that. There's no way. Oh my god, you're right. What the fuck? How? Why? What? Man, Orpheus sucks. What is this? Why?
I hope I don't get lost.
Why does Orpheus only learn Agi and Tarunda? Oh my... Okay, Orpheus is out of here.
Can you all hear me?
Whoa. Is that you, Senpai?
There is literally no reason to keep Orpheus in your team.
I'll be providing audio backup from here on out.
That's insane.
Wait, you mean you can see inside here?
It's not like Persona 5 where Arsene is actually pretty cool.
It's my I'd like to join you, but the structure of Tartarus changes from day to day.
You just came to say hi because you're still diving into the VOD of Lost Judgment? Hey.
That's why outside support
Man,
is
I'm
imperative.
surprised Lost Judgment took me as long as it did. That game was 12 days of playing that game, which is crazy to me. Considering the first one was only like 5, I think. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Let's see, the first Judgment was... Anyhow. Judgment was... Okay, there's 9. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4... It took me, the first Judgment took me 8 days. Oh, I guess with all the school stuff that they added, probably makes up for the rest of the time.
Now, based on your current location, you can expect to encounter enemies at any minute. They shouldn't be too tough, but proceed with caution. Practice makes perfect.
Alright, it's time to figure out whether I can actually control my party members or not.
Got it.
Man, that does not look like a bow. Like, I know she's using a practice bow, but it looks nothing like a bow. Oh, now it does. Let's begin. Keep in mind these are real battles you'll be engaging in. See if you can eliminate all of the shadows wandering around on this floor. Okay. Yeah, now it looks like a bow. I guess it's just because she was holding it weirdly. Alright, we've got some medicine. Shall I detect a shadow in front of you? Move in and hit it before it attacks you. Press the X button to use your weapon. You can hit an enemy before it hits you, then you'll have the advantage at the start of the battle. Cool.
Takuba has informed me about your power, but nevertheless, you have minimal combat experience.
Oh, I have a question for you, actually. The 8 in your name, is it supposed to be a B? Is your name supposed to be said like Blacks, or is it supposed to be Lax? And the 8 is just there to be there. I don't know if you're still here to be able to answer that question.
Would you like me to explain the basics of battle? The primary offensive options available to you in battle are attack and skill. Attack corresponds to the weapon you've equipped, while skill relates to your persona's abilities. Those skills consume either stamina or spiritual power. They tend to have a greater effect. Use whichever option best suits the situation. Keep attacking until you've defeated the enemy, but pay careful attention to your stamina. That's it for now. Did you get all that?
I did.
Okay, then I want you to defeat the enemy before you. Try using both the skill and attack options.
Baby, baby! Oh my god. It works. Oh, that thing is very cool looking. Oh no!
You little...
How did you get a crit immediately?
One enemy remains. A complete victory. Great job.
Oh, if you get knocked down from a crit, you do not get back up. And get to attack in the same turn. That's interesting. Wait, I can't use... Oh, I can request healing. Ah. Oh, and that used... Oh. Oh, that's not good. Ooh. There'll be a staircase nearby. Do you see it? A staircase is the only way to proceed to the next floor. Don't like to go any higher today, but please remember about it next time. Wait, we can't go any higher? Okay. There's another shadow ahead of you. You'll be at a disadvantage if the enemy gets the first hit on you, so try to surprise your opponents and strike first. If you're able to strike the enemy before you're spotted, then you will gain the initiative. On the other hand, if the enemy hits you first, the opposite will occur. Okay, well, luckily...
Now's a good time for me to explain about attack properties, which are important to consider during battle.
Luckily, the shadows don't spot you even if they're not looking at you.
Do you want to know more?
Yes, please.
Nearly every type of attack is associated with a particular property. For example, swords can be used to do slash attacks, while bows are used to do pierce attacks. Skills, on the other hand, have different properties. Bufu, for instance, indicates an ice attack.
Bufu?
Now, most enemies are vulnerable to certain types of attacks. In other words, they have weaknesses. A fire skill will deal greater damage to an enemy that's weak against fire. With my power, I can analyze an enemy to determine its weaknesses and strengths. That falls under tactics.
First time an enemy is analyzed, you may have to wait a while for the results. But from then on, whenever you analyze that particular enemy, you'll receive the results right away. While you are selecting your target, if a question mark appears above the enemy, then that particular enemy has not been previously analyzed. You can select Analyze from the tactics menu or press the L1 button to issue this request.
Do you follow?
Yes.
The enemies you're facing have a weakness that you can exploit. Why don't you give it a try?
I wonder if the weakness is... fire.
Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
Let's find out.
The enemy is vulnerable. Keep going.
Alright, let's see if beatdown attacks are a thing.
Attack again.
Here's a chance. Let's get him.
Aha! Rush attack. Well, not rush attack, but you know what I mean. Boom. Got him.
A complete victory. Great job.
Revival bead. Oh, that's a good item to have. Always analyze a new enemy first time you encounter it. Okay. Seems to be a shadow just around the corner. Approach carefully to avoid being spotted. The map will prove to be quite useful as you explore. Use it often. Okay.
Were you able to exploit the enemy's weakness in the last battle?
I was.
If you didn't already notice, doing so will also grant you an additional attack.
I did notice.
Would you like more details?
Sure.
An enemy will lose its balance if you exploit its weakness or land a critical hit. This will give you the opportunity to perform an additional action. In other words, you'll get to do one more thing. You can keep attacking the same enemy, or if you prefer, attack a different target. And if you succeed in knocking another enemy off balance, then you can act yet again. Which means you can remain on the offensive for as long as you can keep this up. This strategy is essential to securing victory. However, remember this. An enemy that's already lost its balance cannot be knocked off balance again. You can't knock down someone who's lying on the ground, right? It's the same idea.
Right.
Now, to knock an enemy off balance, you need to know its weaknesses. So don't hesitate to ask me for an analysis. I'll be sure to share the results with the others as well. Got it?
Yep.
Then proceed with the battle. Use what you've learned to quickly dispose of the enemy.
Baby, baby!
Attack again!
Get him!
You exploited the enemy's weakness. One more! You attacked the enemy's weak point.
Here's a chance. Let's get him! Get back here, you son of a...
Boom.
Keep up the good work.
Shuffle time. Ah. didn't realize this was still a thing in this game. Hell yeah. As soon as cards have appeared in your mind, you wonder if this is what Eagle was talking about. After battle, you will occasionally have the opportunity to select a card from the ones shuffled before your eyes. If you pick a card with a persona on it, then you will receive that persona. There are other cards which have a unique effect or reward. Keep an eye on the card you want and try to pick it. I have welcomed Pixie into my heart, and I have leveled up. Enabled to create personas up to level 3. What difficulty am I playing on? It seems harder than normal. I'm playing on normal. Let's see. Learns Dia. Is strong against electric. Yeah, I'm playing on normal, but in a way, I kind of wish I'd picked easy. Detect a shadow up ahead. How are you feeling? If you or another party member is in bad shape, then use healing items prior to engaging the enemy. If you don't have anything at hand, then ask Takaba to heal you. Make a habit of checking your status before entering a battle. If your other party members has a persona with healing skills, be sure to take advantage of it. Is it just me, or does this one look bigger? What? Oh my god.
There is a better way to defeat all of your enemies in battle than to attack them individually. You can perform an all-out attack. Would you care to hear more about this?
I mean, haven't I already done
When
that?
enemies are thrown off balance, they become vulnerable. An all-out attack will allow your entire team to attack simultaneously. Your enemies will be unable to defend against it. It's a very reliable method of attack. Whether or not you want to perform an all-out attack is up to you. But remember, you cannot perform it when you're alone. So if you want to have it in your arsenal, make sure your team is comprised of at least 2 members. That's
Sure.
all you need to know about all-out attacks. Do you understand what I've just explained to you?
Yes.
Then, that concludes the basics of battle. But there's one last thing I need to tell you. Shadows become stronger the further you advance. If you don't think you can win a battle, retreat at once. There may be times, however, when an escape will be impossible. This battle is one of those times. Good luck.
All right.
Attack again! Nice!
Baby, baby.
You struck the enemy's weak. Get him!
The bigger the shadow, the more enemies are in it. It's also true for Persona 4. Huh. I never noticed.
You attacked the enemy's weak point.
Here's a chance. Let's get him. Get back here, you son of a...
Keep up the good work.
Ooh, I don't really need another Pixie, do I? So I guess I'll just take one of the others. I obtained... Oh, you can... Oh, you can just get a weapon from that.
My skill level has increased.
Wait, did they level up? They level up separately? Like, it doesn't actually tell me on the level up screen if somebody else has leveled up. That imitation katana good. Oh, that's all he can equip. Okay, so I can't give him the rapier. That's odd. Usually there are more shadows on the prowl. At least you've gained some experience in battle. Let's go back to the dorm for today. There should be an access point somewhere on that floor. You can use it to return to the entrance. If there aren't any enemies to worry about, why don't you split up and search individually? Tell the other party members what you'd like them to do. Press the square button to issue orders to your allies. I'd rather they just stick with me. No? Okay, split up, I guess. Use this command to instruct your party members to spread out and look for stairs, access points, and items. However, if they are not very strong, they can easily fall prey to the enemy. Be sure to keep an eye on their HP.
Everyone, spread out and proceed individually.
Found the access point. What do you want to do? Let's keep going.
Okay, then I'll look around some more.
So wait, Junpei just found an item, but it didn't tell me what item he found. Alright, regroup.
Everyone, return to the leader.
Wait, what item did... What item did you just find? Snuff soul, revival bead. I guess maybe he found a snuff soul? Oh, it'll tell me when I exit the floor. Okay. On the access point, please return to the entrance. Alright. Here you go, bro. Time to start. Ah, I see. Yeah. They level up with Persona. I could restart and then put the difficulty to easy. It's
Welcome
fine.
back. So, how was it?
It might be something that I look into later on. No problem.
I see. Well, if you gained confidence, that's the best thing you could have achieved.
Wow, I never knew I had that kind of power.
You barely did anything.
We kicked some ass. But damn, I'm beat.
That's because you were bouncing around like a little kid.
Yeah, you look pretty tired yourself, Yucatan.
You can't change party members' equipment in Tartarus. Falco, hello.
I'm still trying to catch my breath, actually.
That's the effect of the dark hour. You'll become fatigued more easily.
Hey, what is this? Hang on. Nice. I had to do that because that's what I thought that was gonna be, and I was just like, I ain't getting DMCA by that.
Don't worry though, you'll adapt. But I'm surprised. You all did much better than I expected. At this rate, they'll catch up to you in no time, Akihiko.
We'll see about that.
Oh, mysterious voice rings in your head. Thou art I, and I am thou. Shall have the blessed witness choose Fool Arcana, yada yada. These social links reached level 2. Your power to create personas of the Fool Arcana has grown. Oh, there you are. Welcome to the Velvet Room. I suppose it's time for me to explain what I really do here. It's my job to create new personas. In order to do so, I must fuse your persona cards together. In other words, I shall merge them into a single persona. The number of personas that you have buried within you is approximately 170. We've never seen a visitor with this many possibilities before. If you establish social links, you may be able to create even stronger personas too. Should prove very interesting. As you accumulate cards, please bring them to me. I hope you... Let's fuse some personas. Normal. Alright, what can you become? Apsaras. Knows Bufu and Deer, and then learns Hosumudi and one other thing, apparently. I'll be honest, I kind of want to fuse Orpheus. Orpheus seems real bad. I don't know if I particularly care about getting an Apsaras, though. Yeah, let's triangle spread with 2 personas. Okay, so I can't fuse any personas right now. Can I go back in? No. Well, Junpei learns fire attacks. Let's head back to the dorm. Alright, let's head back to the dorm. It will be the next day when you stop exploring and return to the dorm. Would you like to return to the dorm? Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to be using Junpei, so... You decide to stop exploring and return to the dorm. Who the hell's this guy? Yamakoto, right? Yeah, why? Man, I knew it. I heard from Junpei that you're pretty close with Yukari-san. What's up with that? Guess it doesn't matter. I'm looking for someone with a little more experience anyway. By the way, I'm Kenji Tomochika. There's a morning assembly. We better hurry. Kenji, eh?
That concludes the main portion of today's assembly. Next, we'll hear a word from the Student Council. Please welcome the new president, Mitsuru Kirijo, from Class 3D.
Thank you.
So, she did get elected. Well, I guess she is the most popular girl in school.
You can say that again. There's like some kind of aura around her. Besides, this school's owned by the Kirijo group, right?
Do you know what's weird? I'm getting like weird Adachi vibes from Junpei. Like, not because of his character or like the way he looks, but like certain expressions that he has in his images and the way he talks sometimes. I don't know, for whatever reason, his face kind of reminds me of Adachi for some reason. But like nothing else about him does.
Yeah, I try not to think about that.
As I begin my term as Student Council President, I'd like to share with you my vision for this coming year. It is my firm belief.
I also think there's something kind of off about
Mitsuru.
Mitsuru.
Our school. However, change cannot occur without sustained effort and an unprecedented level of commitment. That is why we must restructure our daily lives to accommodate this lofty goal. I'd like each of you to dig deeply into your well of motivation and reevaluate your convictions. To imagine a bold new future without losing sight of the realities around you. That is the key. I'm certain that many of you have your own visions of the future.
For us to reap the full benefits of our education, your participation, ideas, and enthusiasm are essential. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dang, that was freaking amazing. So, do you have any idea what you just said?
Sort of.
Sure didn't sound like something a high schooler would say. If it was anyone else, we'd be laughing our asses off.
Today we'll be going over Meiji era literature. Open your textbooks to page 12. You know what? I'm tired of these textbooks. I just went over this novel in the last class. I've got a great poem we can cover instead. Close your textbooks, everyone, and listen. Isolated clouds suspended over the tall, snowy mountain peak. You feel tired. Close your eyes for a few minutes. No, stay awake. Alright, Kenji, you better not be sleeping back there. You should be ashamed of yourself taking a nap while I pour my heart into reading this poem. For that, you'll get another essay along with your regular assignment tonight. I'll expect a slice of cake when you turn it in, too. Don't cheap out with the store-bought stuff like last time. Academics has increased. Is there any benefit? Because my academics increases if I stay awake, right? Is there actually any benefit to ever going to sleep in class? Let's end it for today. As of today, you'll be able to use your time after school as you wish. If you've established social links, you may wish to spend time with those individuals. Also, there are many places you can go to in an area to raise your charm, courage, and academics. Be sure to look around in town as well as in the school. You get some rest and remove tiredness. So tiredness is a thing. I guess that's what that in the middle there says, where it says good. I guess that's like my condition or whatever. And that can make me tired. What does being tired actually do, though? Slices your stats in half? Wait, what? Ah, that's helpful. This morning was crazy. Alright. Talk to some people, find out if there are actually any people here worth talking to. No. Alright, who are you? Okay. And then stairs to the right, eventually you'll find it. Okay. Just don't go to Tartarus when tired, because then you might get sick and then it all goes to shit. Oh, great. Is there like a map I can bring up in this game? So I'm in 2F, right? 2F is this one. It's an emergency exit. Okay, so we got stairs at the end there. And then we've got the PA room. We've got the student council room. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Okay. You got the bathrooms. Can I go into room 2E? No. Who are you? Okay, so we can go downstairs here. Let's go upstairs first. Oh, upstairs is the roof. Wait. Is there no third floor in this building? This is a really nice roof, actually. This is much better than the Persona 4 roof. I think the school in general is much nicer in this game. First floor corridor. Where does this take me? So this takes me to the practice field. And the kendo gym. Watch the kendo team practice. Okay. What about this one? Swim team. Alright, let's observe the swim team then. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Track team. Alright, track team. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, well that's sorted. I'm guessing I get to join one of those clubs at some point. And I have to choose. Janitor's room. Art room. Our club is no longer accepting new members. Ugh. The lab. Art room. Lab. Music room. No new members. Oh, okay. So this is probably going to be... it's probably going to be like Persona 4, where you can choose one athletics club and one... What was the other type of club called? Social club? I don't know. Need to improve my academics. I must be at least average. Okay. Okay, so this is the main lobby. Oh, I wonder if this will be the stairs from the other side of... Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So I came from that side, so... Oh, this is where the faculty room was, right? Yeah, faculty office. Then we got this guy. He who hunts two hares at once will catch neither. Alright. Another entrance to the faculty office. This is the library. Nurse's office. Mr. Edagawa. Oh, it's this guy. Next time you're in the dorms, remember to buy a drink from the vending machine there. You'll thank me later. Which drink? Have enough money is gonna be deceived. Now get back to class. Seems he will only see you if you are sick or tired. Okay. And this is emergency exit. Okay, so the school's actually not too big, which is fine. There's like 2 floors. Student council election was from the 13th to the 17th. And then from the 18th to the 5th to the 23rd, we have midterms. And then the 14th to the 7th to the 18th to the 7th, finals. Post-exam break for 3 days. Summer break begins on the 26th. Okay. Alright, I'll go have a look at the vending machines later.
Where? Oh, there he is.
Look at that. I don't think the game has accounted for the widescreen. You see Junpei on the right there. Just moonwalking on the spot. There he is.
Have you noticed how popular Akihiko-san is with the ladies? Man, take a look at that. I didn't used to talk to him much, but now I've got a good excuse. I know he's the captain of the boxing team, but who would have thought he'd be such a chick magnet? I mean, come on. You don't even see girls flock like that on TV. I wonder where they're going.
Wait for us.
Hey, are you guys free this afternoon?
Hell yeah! What you got in mind?
I want the 2 of you to meet me at Polonia Mall. You know where it is, right? I'll be at the police station. See you there.
The police station? You mean we're not hanging out with your friends?
Who, these girls? I don't even know their names. They talk so much they give me a headache. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Don't keep me waiting.
Oh, why can't he be more friendly?
I thought you were leaving, Akihiko. Why are you still here?
But that's what makes him so cool.
Man, how can he not know their names? I mean, seriously, just look at them.
Now, I would have thought that it would have been easier just to remove the model from the screen.
Oh, well, let's go.
Akihiko asked you to meet him at the Polonia Mall police station. You decide to head over there. Okay, you can't control the camera in this. Waiting for my boyfriend, we're going to Hagakure. You know how every school has at least one mystery that no one can solve? Obviously the school has its share, like the sculpture in the art room that moves by itself. It sounded cooler in my mind. Okay, this is nothing. Who are you? Female student continues to sigh. I've got a strange feeling someone's watching me. It's probably you. Alright, town map. Where we go? Oh. Polonia Mall, Port Island Station. Iwatodai Station. Naganaki Shrine. And the Dorm. Alright, let's just go to the mall. Alright, who are you? Have you heard anything about this business of ordinary healthy people changing overnight? Yeah, I know about it. It's all over TV. Okay. Wait for the sale. It's Saturday. Saturday is sale day at Ohige Pharmacy. the young couples while you wait for go after some. You're still young. You've got no excuse not to be together with some girl. Here for the arcade. If you want to know about the games here, I can tell you about them. Sure. Today you can play either Horror House or Mole Whackers. Horror House is pretty scary. If you last more than a few minutes in there, your courage goes up. Mole Whackers test your reflexes, increases your speed. So Escapade. Wait, is Escapade the name of that club that we went to in Persona 4? Also, wait. Chagall. Is that the name of the cafe that the guy in E4 was talking about as well? D Blue V. We've got the police station. Karaoke. Shudo Antiques. Hege Pharmacy. Power Records. Town map. Alright, so there's nowhere to save. So if I do anything... Alright, let's have a look at the arcade. After the police station. Alright, okay. Let's go to the police station first then. Yeah, we even go to the school, don't we?
Thank you, sir. Oh, these are the guys I was talking about earlier.
Why is there a policeman fish? Officer Kurosawa.
I was waiting for you guys. This is Officer Kurosawa. He helps keep our squad well equipped. And this is from Ikutsuki-san.
Really? Sweet!
You and Junpei each receive 5,000 yen.
You can't fight empty-handed, so find something you like.
So I should have 10,000 yen.
Officer Kurosawa has connections, but these things still cost money.
Of course they do. Nothing in life is free.
I realize that. Well, I'll see you later. Thanks again.
I've been informed about you two. My job is to maintain peace in this city, regardless of the circumstances. I'm just an ordinary police officer, but it doesn't take a genius to know something strange is going on here. I'm only doing what I think is right.
Oh, good. Don't have that much, you should be able to find what you need. Alright, so this is where I buy weapons and armor, I guess. 92.90. 37.40. Who is this even for? I guess that's for... So... Wait, are these... Can the main character equip multiple weapons? $38.88? That seems kind of bad. Yeah, these weapons don't seem great. So this tells me crit rate up low, but these two have unknown effect. Yeah, it only seems to be giving me my character's stat when I'm comparing these weapons. Like if I was to go to here, yeah, it only changes my stat. Alright, what about armor? 44. Some sandals with unknown effects that increase my evasion. I can sell him some stuff. Oh, I can sell him that extra rapier that I got. No, we'll just leave. I'm not going to spend my money on that. 25,000 yen? I'm going to take off since I'm in a bad mood now. Later. Junpei is left. Alright, so we can kind of explore other stuff. Alright, so let's check out... Check out the karaoke. Oh, never mind. We got the Velvet Room. Okay, so we know where the Velvet Room is now. Mandragora. Spend time in shops such as these. Depending on where you go, you may be able to raise your charm, courage, or academics. If these stats are high enough, you may be able to make new acquaintances. Ryoki Solo, 800 yen. Don't be shy, belt it out. Okay, so this seems to increase my courage. It seems to be closed. Sign says it will reopen June 9th. Pharmacy seems to be a shop then. Yeah. Atragem. Medicine. Super cat food. Muscle drink. Restores allies HP medium and it has a side effect. I never feel like... Our Records still sells a variety of music. Okay. What is this? Welcome. Oh, I can buy accessories, okay. Increase max SP by 10%, HP by 10%, luck increases. Okay. Chagall Cafe is too crowded. Club isn't open yet. Game Panic. Various arcade games are inside. Will you stay here until it gets dark? No. Alright, I can go other places though, right? Alright. Or Island Station. Weather is nice today. It's true. Florist. I don't think I want flowers. Okay. So we've got a cinema here. Screenshot movie theater. Movie marathon is playing. For those of you who want to be more courageous, 3 heroic tales are being shown. Student tickets 1,500. Damn. You like movies? Sure. Me too. Movies kick ass. I love them because they're like a microcosm of real life. Interesting. Aquila, hello. How you doing? As part of the station is its size and how close we are to the ocean. Get a lot. I love it. Okay, and that's how I get back to the town map. I'm tired. Very tired. I barely woke up in time earlier. Oh my god, this place is a shithole. What the hell? I have a new teacher. He's we're already a little into the term and it still feels weird to be in the room with him. Why? Like he doesn't talk at all even during lunchtime. I'm a 6th grader. Be moving on next year and I'm stuck with a teacher like this. Vending machine. Ooh. Dr. Salt. Moon-kissed. Fountain Dew. Wait. So Dr. Salt is supposed to be Dr. Pepper, right? And Moon-kissed is supposed to be Sun-kissed. And Fountain Dew is obviously supposed to be Mountain Dew. It's interesting. New term, but for cabbies like me, it's the same thing year in, year out. You okay? I'm not feeling bad or nothing. I just feel like I've done it all before, you know, every year. Well, there's vending machines. There's vending machines in the dorm as well that sell. I already bought a drink from the vending machine. I bought a Cielo Mist, and there was another one called something beginning with M. Octopia. Yeah, I'll buy some takoyaki. We've got stairs up here. Appears to be their mascot. Okay. Wakatsu Restaurant. Okay. Hagakure. No, we will not go to Hagakure. What sweet shop? Alright, there's a vending machine here. Nesty, Baba, 1UP. Okay. We got bookshop. And a beef bowl shop. We got Wild Duck Burger. Mystery Burger, 500 yen. Need a bit of courage to eat here. And then there's the bookshop. Closed for termite extermination, will reopen 25th. Okay. Got a little kid. Friend has a cat, it's so cute. I want one too. My mum hates animals. Shame that. Crying shame. Alright, what's going on at the Naganaki Shrine? Oh, there's like a little playset thing going on over here. Fortune box is under repairs. What you're doing at a shrine though? Don't know the prayer type. I've come a long way to pray to the god here. He's a strong one. Cherry box and the written oracle are both good for your fortune. Now I stand by the red gate. Okay. By leaving money in the offertory box, your academics will increase. If you're in great condition, the increase will be even higher. Time will pass. Minari Sushi. Anything could happen when you join your hands and wish in front of the small shrine. Time will pass as your third wish. Okay. So what should I do to pass the time? I don't want to just go back to the dorm. There's a couple of things that I can do in the... There's a couple of things that I can do in the mall. Let me have a look at my stats. So, do any of these look like they're going to go up at all? No. Maybe I should do something that increases my courage. No, it looks like the mall has the most options. Do I do the arcade? Wait, you said something. This guy told me. Okay, so my courage will go up if I play Horror House. Yeah, what does joining my hands at the shrine do? All right. Whoa! 3,000 yen? No. I'm not spending 3,000 yen on an arcade game. Oh, it duplicates a skill card I already have. Oh, okay. I mean, if I'm going to increase my courage, let's just increase my courage with this. Because this is only 800 yen. Do a bit of karaoke. Sang for hours and hours. Your courage has increased. 8.
Welcome back.
Perfect timing. I'd like to speak to you for a moment regarding our exploration of Tartarus. Akiko is still on the mend, so for now I'd like you to lead the team. You never know when a powerful enemy might appear, like the one you faced the other day. Best to be prepared, or else you may find yourself in a difficult situation. Whenever you'd like to explore Tartarus, just let me know and I'll gather everyone here. Also, since I'm sure there are other things you'll need to take care of, you may go out at night if you need to. So keep up the good work. You are now able to go out at night. Hey. Yeah. Alright, let's have a look at this vending machine then. Okay, so I can either get the Yellow Mist, Sobe, or Mad Bull. You said I should get one of these. Actually, which one of these should I get and how many of them? Mad Bull. Okay. Is that it? I only need one. Oh, God. For a side quest. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any side quests right now. Alright, well, I can go out at night, so let's go see what's open at night. Okay. There's nothing to explore outside of the dorm. Oh, I can only go to the mall. Was there anything that was supposed to be open during the day? I guess Escapade? Wow, this place is dead. However, this does look like the bar. Yeah, this is the bar that we went to in Persona 4. That's kind of cool. You're a little too young to be in here. I guess you can stay, just don't cause any trouble. Alright. Far behind you is different. Your future is filled with both blinding light and stagnant shadow. See but a small portion what lies beyond, but shrouded in mystery. What a peculiar fate you carry. I have light and shadow. If you wish to know more about the near future, come and talk to me. I'll share my limited visions with you. Would you like to know your fortune? Sure. Very well. You have pulled face trigger. The bullet passes through many, heading directly to its target. What target that may be, however, is unknown to me. You must find that out for yourself. Farewell, then may your future be bright. Huh. You're gonna make constant Persona 4 comparisons now? I mean, no. I mean, what do you want me to do? Like, yes, when we went to this area in Persona 4, people did tell me, oh, this is an area from Persona 3. Did I know that this was the club from Persona 3 that we went to in Persona 4? No. So I thought I would point it out. Like, what the fuck do you want from me? Maybe we go to Tartarus. Maybe we get a little bit stronger. Good. Okay. Should we go to Tartarus? Yeah, let's go to Tartarus. Fuck it. Okay. Put your allies to check the status and change their equipment. Okay, well, I don't need to change their equipment because they don't have any equipment. But yeah, I don't know what you I don't know what you expect. I told you about the layout changes each day. These barriers seem to be in fixed locations. Try and reach the first barricade. Alright. Tartarus is a fun place to be. It's like a hotel where everyone is trying to kill you. Reminds you of college tours. Let's see what's beyond this floor. I detect a great source of power above you. It's still relatively far away. Keep your guard up nonetheless. Alright.
One enemy detected. Strike first. Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
Please hit! I couldn't defeat
One
it.
enemy remains.
I'm not going to get a chance to analyze this thing, am I? No. Was that a crit? 2 XP? Rubbish. Ah, found the teleporter thing. Dispoison. Man, this is a really short floor.
enemies detected. Strike. Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
Alright, let's see if they're weak to fire.
This thing won't give up.
3 enemies remain.
That was a crit.
Good to go.
Iori has defeated. It seems to have multiple weaknesses.
Okay, so it's weak to pretty much everything other than fire. That's fun. Oh, it ran?
A complete victory. Great job.
Yeah, pretty much. It seems like you just have to bring up the analysis thing. You basically have to.
2 enemies detected.
Where the hell's Junpei?
This thing won't give up.
2 enemies remain. Don't get careless. Yes, excellent attack.
One more.
Where the hell is Junpei?
Keep up the good work.
Okay, I don't need another pixie, so go for this one. He was too far away when you started the battle. Did he at least get XP for that fight? Or no? I mean, he wasn't in the fight, but does he still gain XP? No. Oh.
There are 4 enemies. Strike first. 3 remain.
One more.
Oh, you get more XP the less enemies are in, unless they're in the fight. I see.
Takiba has defeated an enemy.
Oh.
What the hell?
One enemy remains.
That was a close one.
I'm for a protagonist solo run. Maybe. Oh, my HP has been restored. Excellent. And 103 yen. Okay. Oh, enemies respawn. I see.
3 enemies detected. Strike first. Take the enemy down.
Please hit. This thing won't give up.
Couldn't finish it off.
Now, strike back. It escaped, but their strength is decreased.
Couldn't finish it off.
Come
2
on.
enemies remain. Don't get careless.
What the fuck is going on?
Iori has defeated an enemy. Last one.
Please hit! I couldn't defeat it.
One enemy remains. Not bad, huh?
Man, the XP in this place is really not worth it. Speedruns just straight up don't bring other party members to the last few dungeons. That sounds expensive. Do they need tons of potions of SP? Probably. Okay, so... how much XP do I need to level up? 5. I guess I'm still in the lower stages. I guess it's not too bad.
3 enemies
Oh,
present.
that's a
Don't
new
be
enemy.
careless.
Let's see how you do the fire. Not great. Do you mind?
Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
I couldn't defeat it.
Oh,
3
Jesus.
enemies remain.
Adoram, hello.
It seems to have multiple weaknesses. Two enemies remain. Don't get careless.
Don't miss.
Only one more.
Thank you.
Just one more.
Who's the man?
Alright, so that's a level up. Man, I'm really hoping for some shuffle times here. Even the access points seem to be randomly distributed. If you feel like you're in danger, don't hesitate to return. Alright, sure. God damn it, man, that thing turns around real quick.
3 enemies present. Don't get careless.
Any mods installed? So the only mod that seems to be working is the mod that allows me to control party members. I have not been able to figure out how to get other mods working whatsoever. I spent like, I want to say like 4 or 5 hours yesterday trying to get it to work. From like the time I ended the stream until I want to say like 1 a.m. at least, I was trying to get the mods to work, and it just was not happening.
Please hit. This thing won't give
2
up.
enemies remain. Don't get careless. Iori has defeated an enemy.
Last one.
You spent 2 or 3 hours teaching kids how to play rhythm games. Oh, here we go. Shuffle time. Hey, there we go. There's a new one. Give me that. Maybe now I've got something else that I can use. what's his name into? Orpheus. Maybe I confuse Orpheus into something good. Because God knows he sucks. But yeah, the sooner I can get rid of Orpheus, the better, really. You can combine the power of 2 personas to create a special skill known as a fusion spell. A fusion spell is very powerful, but you must have 2 personas in your arsenal to use it. One of those 2 personas must be assigned. Once you've used a fusion spell, it will appear in the menu. The conditions for using it will also be displayed. Try to discover as many fusion spells as you can. With Orpheus and Apsaris' power, you're able to use Cadenza. And what does that do? Restores 50% HP and evasion up for the entire party. That's not bad. Oh, yeah, that's kind of cool looking. I like that. Aha! Swing and a miss. Boom. What a crit.
This thing won't give up.
Fiori has defeated an enemy. Last one.
One of them was actually really good at it, the other was complete shit at it. It was a fun time. Good. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed yourself, even after telling me how much you hated them being there. You said that you were so mad about it. And then they... What was it? They put a... They put a note under your door? Or something?
Roger. I'll attempt to analyze the enemy.
And said, open the door or else?
Please hit. This thing won't give up.
2 enemies remain. Don't get carried.
Just one more.
Can you get analyzed, please?
Fire
there we go. Aha!
Skills, 1 enemy remains.
Fire is effective.
This thing won't give up.
I'm not quite sure why the main character did 2 attacks there, but it wasn't a crit. Wait, it said open the door or face the consequences? No, not Cadenza.
One more.
Oh, that was a crit. Nice.
How annoying! There are 2 enemies now.
Wait, she can use Cadenza as well.
Please hit.
Takuba has defeated an enemy.
Huh. And for some reason, his only costs 9 instead of 12. Weird. Wait, what?
Good. Takuba is fatigued.
So you can get fatigued while you're in the dungeon. Yeah, I guess the main character can equip all sorts of weapons. Yep, apparently you can get fatigued mid-dungeon. Monty, hello.
Three enemies present. Don't get careless.
Is it the kind of thing that's going to make me regret not playing playing the portable version?
Iori has defeated an enemy.
Nice crit.
Couldn't finish it off. One enemy remains.
That was easy.
What's wrong? Are you feeling tired?
Now I'm fatigued.
Yes! My skill level has increased.
One enemy detected. Strike first.
I couldn't defeat
One
it.
enemy remains.
Who's the man?
Gained 1,000 yen. Okay. You have to wonder why Ayame insisted on this version. Yeah, I don't know. If this isn't a thing in Portable, I'm starting to think maybe Portable was the better option. Because this whole fatigue system seems like it's going to get real frustrating real quick. Isn't there supposed to be like a teleporter somewhere? Guess not. Portable doesn't have the sequel? Yeah. I mean, there's a powerful foe here. In PSP was strange because you control a cursor instead of walking with your character. Yeah, but like that didn't really matter to me all that much at the time. Like I don't think that's like a big deal. I personally think Portable is the best version because you can play as a female character instead of a male. I mean, that's accurate. Wait. Slightly restores an ally's SP? That restored me to full. Also, isn't there something else different as well? Isn't like the allies not being in fight? That's not a thing.
3 enemies present. Don't get careless.
Or is it 50?
There are 2 left.
Nice!
Or it restores 50.
Another enemy defeated. Good job.
Nice!
Great attack.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Let me at him!
You have the potential to grow even.
Yeah.
I'm beat.
And now
Iori
Junpei's
is
tired.
fatigued. Shouldn't you return?
Yes, I should. Alright, let's see what this does. Ah, my experience increased. Obtained a short sword. like an actual short sword, because I got told that I got given a short sword before, but it turns out it was a rapier. What? What? Why? Why would it give me that? What?
3 enemies. We're at disadvantage. 3 enemies remain.
Weird. What's my opinion on Lost Judgment? Bought it last weekend. You're still playing Tales of Arise. It's finally on the second opening. Lost Judgment. I liked it. However, I think I still prefer the. I think I still prefer the first one. I think the first one is my favorite of the two. Not for any, like there's just something about Lost Judgment that feels kind of... I don't know how to put it. Feels a little bit cheap, I guess. No, not Cadenza.
3 enemies remain.
Couldn't defeat it.
What? A pixel of HP left.
It escaped. Their strength has decreased.
Baby, baby.
2 enemies remain. Don't get careless.
Well, yeah, so there's only one girlfriend in the game normally. And then there's 3 that are added with DLC. Which I don't understand, but whatever. Their game.
Good, Iori. The enemy is
Here's
vulnerable.
a chance. Let's get him. Get back here, you son of
A complete victory. Great job.
What the fuck? Alright, fine.
By 2 enemies. Stand strong. A coup de grace. The enemy is vulnerable.
Here's a chance. Let's get him.
Did she just say coup de grace?
A complete victory.
Can I get a good shuffle time, please? So it doesn't affect stats or anything, it just affects like in combat stuff. Where is this teleporter?
2 enemies detected. Strike first.
Please hit! I couldn't defeat it.
Iori has defeated an enemy.
Just one more.
One enemy remains.
That was easy.
Yeah, so I've been told. Oh, there it is.
Two enemies detected.
Well, these things are weak to fire, I think. Yeah.
Yes, the enemy is vulnerable. Attack.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Two enemies remain. Don't get careless.
Lame.
This is not good.
It's fine.
Takeba is in danger.
It's not fine.
Yes, excellent attack.
Get him!
Keep up the good work.
It's a good thing I'm about to get out of here. Find out what the cup does. HP has been restored. Okay. Good. Glad. Yes, return to the entrance. Can't take anymore. I'm going back to the dorm. Sorry, dude, I'm beat. I'm going back to the dorm. I think we should call it a day. Yes, we should call it a day. We are all tired. Nekomata. The level 5. Angel, which is a level 4. And it's probably better than what I have. Do I want a Nekomata or do I want an Angel? I think I want a Nekomata. Which is what? Pixie and Apsaras? Okay. So what level am I? Like how... So I need to level up once more. I need 28 XP to level up. I'm tired. Ugh. Can I go back in by myself? Yes, I'm ready. I'm just gonna go in. I'm gonna level up so I can get that Nekomata. Gonna go do some stuff for myself. You know, hopefully not die.
Two enemies detected. You exploited the enemy's weakness. Yes, the enemy is vulnerable. Attack.
Oh wait, that's right. You can't do all-out attacks on your own.
Keep up the good work.
Can I get more than one of the same persona? No. Okay. Just thought I'd double check. You know, for science and all that.
Two enemies detected. A wisely chosen attack. Attack again. One more. Prepare to be attacked.
Oh,
One enemy remains. That was a difficult battle.
Oh, that was a coin. Damn. I thought it was a vine thing. Never mind. I thought I could get bonus XP there. I should have been paying attention.
Two enemies detected. Strike first. Yes, excellent attack.
He has Bufu. Oh. Ah! I'm probably gonna die. Oh no, I'm fine. Yeah, I probably should have. Alright, how much am I gonna get for this? Alright, 2 cups. A little bit of HP restored. That was 6 XP as well. Okay, so I need... How much did I need? I need 10. Okay, so 2 more fights. Possibly 2 more fights.
2 enemies detected. Strike first. You attacked the enemy's weak point. You exploited the enemy's weakness. One more. You have the potential to grow.
Unless I can
even
get some
stronger.
bonus XP from this. I cannot. I think I want to get that coin. Alright, one more fight and the TP is right there. Patra gem.
2 enemies detected.
Alright, you said she has Bufu? She does have Bufu.
Yes,
Aha!
what a stunning victory.
Level up. Ooh, even more money. Nice. No! Ah, shit.
An assault by 2 enemies. Stand strong.
Fuck. Oh no.
Are you alright?
Oh shit.
It seems to have multiple weak. Be careful. You're severely injured.
Maybe I should have tried to run.
One more.
Please just die. Please don't miss. Oh, thank God.
That was a difficult battle.
Shit, I got absolutely wrecked in that fight. I nearly just got completely taken out. You hope the rumors of remakes of old Personas are true. SMT5 looks great. I don't know. All of the trailers that I've seen for it kind of make it look a bit... I don't know. It looks weird. Wait, can you fail Persona fusions in this like you can in 4? Alright, what do these two make? Oh, Mikami, it just makes a floating brain. Nakamata is strong against fire, gets Aggie, Cleave, and Dia, which is nice. It basically gets what Junpei's gets, but it also gets a heal, which is nice. If anyone can find out it's you, oh my god. Why would you say that? Okay, so does this let me... Okay, it doesn't let me go back to where I was. Alright, we'll return to the dorm though. Actually, maybe I should have gone back in and tried to get Pixie and Apsaras back. What's up, Makoto? You're all by yourself, dude? I thought the rumor about you and Yukari was true. It is what it is. Yeah, it's not like I care or anything. You sure had some bad luck since you transferred here. No, dude, all the weird stuff that's been happening, how everyone's been saying they're hearing strange voices. Well, I guess since you're always listening to your headphones, you probably haven't heard anything. Someone standing in front of your desk. It's the classmate you were talking to earlier this morning. Get some ramen after school. You want to come? Why do you want to eat? What kind of a question is that? Ash and Cleave are different because one is blunt and the other is a slash. Okay. You once failed and got a level 16 slime at level 5? Oh, nice. Alright, why are you asking me? No reason really, I just don't have anything to do later, and I thought we could finish our conversation from this morning. What are you saying, man? Let's get some ramen and talk. You accepted your classmate's offer. According to Igor, the strength of the social link is the strength of the persona. You've decided to go with him. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna do that thing that Sword hates. Oh look, it's that ramen place we went to in Persona 4. Hey! I wasn't actually gonna mention it, but then I was just like, wait, Sword's here. Sword's gonna hate this. Now that's what I'm talking about. Well, was I right or was I right? This ramen tastes great, doesn't it? Bet they put a special ingredient in it, something no other ramen shop uses. Probably some sort of secret spice. Oh, sorry, my bad. I get all geeked up when I eat here. I agree with you. You do? Really? I mean, you can appreciate the subtle yet distinct flavor of the soup? Oh, you don't look like the type of guy I'd normally hang around with, but I guess looks aren't everything. By the way, man, I hear you and Yukari are close. Damn boy, you move fast. I mean, you just transferred here. Can't blame you, though. A man's got to be aggressive nowadays. Hey, let's hang out after school again sometime. I'll get some food and I'll tell you about my secret plan. Wait till you hear it, dude. You're gonna flip. Kenji seems to like you. You've become friends with Kenji. Mysterious voice rings in your head. Shall have our blessing. Oh, magician. Oh man, I just made a magician. God damn it. Maybe able to create a social link by getting to know a person better. When you use personas, the strength of the social link will affect the resulting persona. When you create a persona that has the same arcana as the social link, you'll be able to gain additional experience for that persona. Try to discover as many social links as possible and fuse as many personas as possible. It's getting dark out. It's already nighttime? Damn, I missed my favorite TV show. Man, you're one serious dude. Oh well, let's get going. Decided to return to the dorm.
Welcome back.
Have you been monitoring your condition? Exploring Tartarus can be very tiring. If the exploration becomes too long, you might get exhausted. Just because the next day is an important one doesn't mean you won't still get tired. There's a chance you might not be able to recuperate fully before whatever's going to happen. The others' conditions will vary as well, so make sure you take that into consideration before you begin exploring. If you want my evaluation of everyone's condition, don't hesitate to ask. Those who fight in Tartarus will quickly become tired and may require several days of rest to recuperate. It'd be unwise to venture into Tartarus in such a state, so be sure to check each member's condition beforehand. Okay. If you go back into your room, it will become midnight. You go back to your room. I was just gonna sleep so that I can try and not be tired anymore. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, fuck it. Gonna put you in a trance. You are tired. You don't seem to be feeling well. I'm just gonna sleep. You overhear a conversation. Is it just me, or have there been more weird people around lately? Talking about the apathy syndrome, right? My neighbor has that. He grosses me out. Sometimes I think I might have it too, and it depresses me. Maybe you just need some exercise. Hey, the athletics teams are accepting new members. Maybe I should join. Yeah. Going to bed early, at least in portable, instantly recuperates you from tiredness. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured would be the case. That's the end for today. It seems that certain athletics teams are still recruiting. Find the appropriate room. You might be able to join. Oh yeah, I was going to check my status. Okay, so my status is good. That's good. Okay, so I can hang out with Kenji, or I can go join a team. I need to remember how to get that. Oh, this leads back to the main entrance, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it's the other door at the end of this corridor. Could be this way? This way. Alright, so which team am I joining? We have, what, 3 options, right? We've got the Kendo Club, we've got the swim team, and we have track and field, I think? Like the track team? Which one do we join? Any input? Everyone chooses Kendo. Thought it was a rhetorical question? No, like I'm genuinely curious what you guys think. You think the track team? You had no idea your opinion actually mattered? Of course. Of course it does. Why would you think that your opinion doesn't matter? The most fun is sword fighting. Most sense that makes it's the choice that makes most sense lore-wise, since you need to practice your sword play. You'd go with the least popular option? Of course you would. I just don't know what the least popular option would be. I mean, if everybody chooses Kendo, Victory is saying athletes. We go become a track and field star. Anything that isn't sports. Well, I mean, I only have options of the sports club at the moment. I only have a choice of Kendo, track, or swim club. I mean, not joining one isn't really an option. Swim. Yeah, I was kind of thinking swim as well. I mean, Kendo does make the most sense, but I don't know. Kendo doesn't really appeal to me. Hey, Speedos, here we come. All right, we can do swim club then. This decision's so hard. I don't know. Swim team recruiting new members. Can you swim like a dolphin? Would you like to join? Sure. Are there any girls in the swim club? Question. This is my coach Yuki. He'll be joining the team. This is Yuko, our manager. So, I'm Yuko Nishiwaki. Nice to meet you. You're a junior, right? Since we're the same year, you could just call me Yuko. Team manager seems nice. Hey, Kazushi. Yes, sir. This is the future captain of this team. He's a great swimmer and scores well in competitions. You two are in the same class, right? Kazushi. Oh, this is the guy that was in the tracksuit in the classroom. He was wearing that red tracksuit, I think. Alright, got it. You're the new guy who went out with Yukari Takeba on the first day of school, right? You're practically famous. I'm Kazushi Miyamoto. You've seen me around, right? Yeah. Long story short, from now on, you're mine after school. Just because you joined mid-season, don't think I'll go easy on you. You've made friends with Kazushi. You joined the swim team and befriended your new teammates. Oh, that was easy. That's got to be Chariot, right? Yeah, Chariot. Just take one look at that card. Insta Chariot. Since today's your first practice, just have a look around and call it a day. Make sure your uniform is ready for next time. What uniform? What, just Speedos? After looking around, you decide to go back to the dorm.
What's up, dude?
I hear you're friends with Kenji now. He said you're a pretty cool guy. Of course. Don't get too cocky, man. But yeah, I'm sure you two will get along just fine. By the way, let's go to Tartarus tonight. I hear the lost are increasing, so we better kick some shadow ass. Didn't we just go to Tartarus last night? Come on, dude. Oh, God. Okay, so here's the thing. The reason why I wanted to make that choice before I saved is honestly because I'm thinking that I might end the stream early. And by early, I mean right now. And I wanted to get your input before I left. And the reason why I'm planning on ending the stream now as opposed to later is because I want to try and get this game working properly. So there's a couple of things that I need to change. I need to make it so that the cutscenes don't have this weird sound distortion thing going on. So I need to try and fix that. I also want to get some of these mods working. And I feel like now that I've got a handle on how the game somewhat functions, I would probably do things slightly different. If someone else can go to Tartarus, there are more chances of special loot and gold hands. Ooh, okay. We're not that far in. Portable is always an option. I mean, yes, technically true. I don't know if I'm going to be playing, whether I'm going to be doing portable though. The thing is, portable, I don't think portable adds anything to the game that makes it better to play. You know what I mean? It's like portable seems like the only thing they added was a female protagonist, which I understand is probably a selling point for people, but in this particular instance, I don't think it matters all that much. what did FES add? It added extra personas. It added a new social link. It added weapon fusion. I don't know if those things are available in... I don't know if that's a thing in the portable version as well. But the thing is, you can't walk around places in the portable version. You're just like a cursor and you interact with things on the map with a cursor, which is kind of weird. Not getting tired in PSP is enough for you to play that. That's true. That is a pretty big... That is a pretty big deal. Hang on, let me check. Is there like a difference in the amount of time it takes to beat? So FES is 80 to 139 and portable is 66 to 125. Okay, so it's about 12-ish hours shorter. Probably because of the tiredness thing. Oh, the other thing that's different about portable compared to FES is that portable doesn't include the like epilogue chapter called The Answer. I don't know how important that is. I don't know how good that is. So yeah, I mean, portable may still be an option, I guess. But the thing is, I would probably still play as the male character anyway, because apparently that is the, like, default. Wait, the answer is just a cutscene? Wait, you sure? According to this, it's like a full game that takes like 30 hours. Yeah, apparently the answer is like a whole thing. It's like a 30 to 70 hour almost expansion. How many of those 30 hours are actually story and not pointless shit, though? I don't know. I actually have no idea. Thing is, I've looked this up so many times, having a look at the version differences between them. So Persona Portable is the trimmed version of Persona 3 for the PlayStation Portable. It mainly has the same story as Persona 3, but does not include the epilogue of FES, nor does it have characters acting out each scene. Instead, the 2D animation of each character is shown in front of a stationary background. You cannot control the main character either while moving around town. To travel, you must select areas from a stationary screen. At the beginning of the game, you'll be able to choose a female main character. The battle system has been altered a bit as well, allowing you to control all characters in battle instead of just the main character. And fusion spells are now items instead of being when you have two specific personas available. It doesn't actually say anything further than that. It's not just realized that FES is... Posters here aren't emphasizing enough the improved combat, the female main character, and the new social links. The female main character gets a new Velvet Room attendant and a ton of new social links, including links with your male party members. Female main characters' social links are leagues better than the males, and even better than a lot of the links in P4G. Best thing to do is to play P3P and then watch cutscenes and the answer on YouTube when you finish. FES has 3D cutscenes and social aspects. Portable doesn't have 3D cutscenes and no 3D social aspects. You move around as a dot in a more or less isometric view. FES has the answer, which is okay, but I'd rather just watch a video on YouTube or a summary. Portable doesn't have the answer, but it does have controllable party members. Makes the game more enjoyable. You do get 3D dungeon crawler. Okay, so exploring Tartarus is still the same. Have I played P3? No. Cards on the table. I bought both. Yada yada. E3P was streamlined for the PSP, so no anime cutscenes. You also cannot walk around the areas anymore, the award being more menu-ized and having the characters being 3D. I should probably have looked into this more before actually starting this. Core gameplay changes I've seen, basically changes and additions from Persona 4, such as being able to control party members. There's also a fact that there are now 2 extra difficulty modes, both being on separate sides of the difficulty board, Maniac. And the other one is easy. A smaller addition is the inclusion of rescue quests, where people, including some of your social links, which get put on hold until rescued, they get stuck in Tartarus and you can save them for a reward. Oh, the male main character can only wield one-handed swords? I would recommend playing as female characters since she has some pretty significant changes. Okay. We can't forget the major addition, the female protagonist. She has a story very similar to the male protagonists, but with different social links and different conversations. The core is the same. Another difference between the two involves one of the new social links. Female main character cannot wield one-handed swords. She instead wields naginatas. Just a quick example of the new social links. Okay. Okay. Portable is mechanically better in most ways. It's not the same combat style as P4G. If you miss the cutscenes, you can pause the game and watch them on YouTube. Very frequent, so it's nothing to pop out my phone or whatever and watch them. FES is definitely recommended for the first playthrough simply because Portable cuts a lot of visuals and the female option wasn't meant for the first playthrough anyway. The game itself tells you that from the start. Interesting. Wanna put you in a trance. Navigation is menu-based. There are now 2 overworld save points. New difficulty options. Gets a new opening music. Okay, so there's an Amazon review here that says a really excellent game, but there are some things of note if you're playing P3 for the first time. There are 3 versions of Persona 3: the original, the expanded, which is FES, and the portable version. This version contains The Answer, a semi-sequel or epilogue, adding lots of extra gameplay and a whole extra story after the events of the original game. With one possible exception, the portable version's gameplay is leaps and bounds better, as it incorporates the dozens of improvements added to subsequent Persona titles. The skill cards is a thing. It also has the option to play as a female protagonist. This really is the selling point. Yeah, I don't know. If you're playing this after any later Persona game, you'll likely be a little frustrated at first. There are no skill cards, no option to resume at the furthest floor, and perhaps worst of all, no direct commands. The other characters are automatic at all times. You can give them tactics, yada yada, yada yada yada. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just going to stick with FES and see if there's a way for me to change things up a bit and maybe actually get my mods working. Whether that happens or not, we'll never know. Oh, my controller just turned off. It's been that long since I've actually done anything. Oh, it gives you skill cards. I see. Yeah, what I'm probably going to end up doing is I'm probably going to try and get the mods working. I don't know if I'm going to have to start the game over with mods, because I don't know whether the mods will activate correctly in that case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream here for today. And then I'm going to try and get all of the mod stuff working. Maybe actually follow the instructions to the letter this time around. Whether that actually happens or not remains to be seen. Because I really want to get them working, because they seem like they're really cool and will really help me out. So yeah, I'm going to go do that. I'm probably going to stick with FES for now. Maybe I'll play Portable as the female main character at some point. But yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably be back at this point, either if I can or can't get the mods working. I'll just get back to the same point, rush through the game or whatever. And hopefully get that all sorted out. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out and helping me out with the game so far. Seems pretty cool. I like it. Nem, thank you as well for the 17-month resub, and Funk Squatch, thank you for the follow earlier. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow at 10 AM UK time. I will see you guys then. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye-bye.